Happy Friday. How's it going? Oh, today we are finishing up our Asteroids build project and maybe getting into functional programming with Python. So I was running late. I had to do some chores. Wife's feeling a little bit under the weather, so I had to make sure she's taken care of with the baby until my mother-in-law came over. So we are good to go. Let's make sure that that's working. Okay. Okay.
Draw player. Let's draw a spaceship for the player. Assignment. Add this line to constants.py to define the size of the player's ship.
All right. So we're in how do I search for can I do this, like find that's not what I wanted to do. Is it find slash alright. Well, whatever. Alright. Add this line to constants pi. I think we might have done that before we got off yesterday. Define the player ship. Player's radius equals 20. Yep. Create a new file called player.py with the player class that inherits the circle shape. So touch. touch. Player. Pi. Oh, this is where we left off. Okay, so I did make player.py already. We need to inherit the... That's right. Define init self x and y player constructor inherits from circle circle shape. Call the parent class constructor, also passing in radius. Get a new file called player.py, yeah. With the player class that inherits from circle shape. Player constructor should take x and y as input, so underscore init underscore self xy player. Call the parents class constructor. Okay, so I'm assuming we're gonna be inserting this somewhere. So super init. Also passing in player radius. So we're gonna want x, y, player radius. Create a field called rotation and initialize to 0. Self.rotation equals no, just equals 0. Place this triangle method into your player class. Didn't was the formatting fucked up compared to like what I copy pasted? How do I... Is it Control J? Oh, shit. Eh? I don't know. I guess I'll just fix it. How do I fix, like, the indent? Replace put, justify, execute. Cut till spell check, new above help. Full justify? I don't think I want that. No. I don't know. Hey. A player will look like a triangle even though we'll use a circle to represent its hitbox. The math of the drawing a triangle can be fiddly, so we've written a method for you. To draw the player, override the draw method of circle shape. Draw the player, override the draw method of circle shape. You should take the screen object as a parameter and call pygame.draw.polygon. It takes the screen object, a color, use white, a list of points, use self.triangle that we provided for you, align with, use 2. So, define raw. Self and should take the screen object as a parameter and called pygame.drawPolygon. It takes screen object, so screen. screen object as a parameter and call pygame.drawPolygon. Pygame.draw.polygon. Surface color points. Surface color points width. Okay, so was it Pygames dot draw dot polygon, and then it's gonna be surface color points width equals 0. And I gotta put these with the right variables in here, right? So this should be screen. Color was white, just like the F string. And points is a list of points. Use self.triangle that we provided for you. Self.triangle. And we want our width to be 2. Okay. Draw the player. Override the draw method of circle shape. It should take screen as an object parameter. Okay, so self and screen. And call pygame.drawPolygon. So it's calling this. Right? Screen is the object. Color is white. The list of points is the self.triangle that's provided. And width is equal to 2. Okay. That's good. I was like running around doing chores and stuff. I was like sweating. Now I was sweating a little bit. And now that I'm sitting in like a... Ow, fuck. Chilly ass basement. I'm starting to get cold again. Alright. In your main function, initiate a player object. You can pass these values to the constructor to spawn it in the middle of the screen. X equals screen width divided by 2. Y equals screen width divided by 2. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. My brain for this week, Wednesday and Thursday. So my goal is to do Monday through Friday for 4 hours a day, stream 4 hours a day. Then I can have my GitHub, I guess, portfolio put together with like these little projects, and then also just kind of have like a working log of what I've been doing on Boot.dev. So I'm actually having a really good time of it. Sometimes I really struggle, but the AI in the program really fucking helps. So, but like Wednesday and Thursday this week, oh, I was fucked up. I was like so underslept. I feel so much better today. It's so weird how like your brain can't function even like missing just like 2 hours of sleep. I'm so used to always getting 8, and when I don't get 8, I'm fucked. I'm like fucked up. Like I'm drunk. I don't even drink anymore either. Just candy and soda for me. I drink on occasion. Okay. So in the middle of the in your main function, initiate player object. And then we have to have the starting pass the values of x divided by screen width divided by 2. So I'm assuming we put it at the end here. So player is equal to capital player X and Y, where X is equal to screen width divided by 2, Y is equal to... Ow! Alright, so players X and Y, where X... That's lower Y? That's lower Y. I was losing it. Alright, so I think that's right. Lastly, we need to re-render the player on the screen each frame, meaning inside our game loop. Use the player.drawScreen method we just added to do so. So we run the player on the screen, meaning the inside our game loop. Yep, draw the player after filling the screen with black, but before flipping the screen. He's got formatted weird. That was weird. Call the parents class constructor. Passing in player radius as well. Create a field called rotation. Self.rotation. Initialize to 0. Okay. That's right now. Need to re-render the player on the screen each frame inside our game loop. Use the player.drawScreen method we just added to do so. we just made the class player. So we have to put that into the main. Need to re-render the player on screen each frame, meaning inside our game loop. Use the player.draw screen method we just added to do so. Tip, draw the player after filling the screen with black. So player.draw screen. And it's after filling the screen with black. Do I have to import it? I think I have to import it. No module named Pygame. Wait, why didn't it save last time? Shit. Oh, we're not in the virtual what do you call it? The virtual environment. So source then v/bin/activate. Here we go. And then we can run it. Trace back. Line 29 in module. Line 22. Main. Player draw. Player is not defined. Yeah, we have to import it. From... Is it player.py? So player import everything. Oops. Syntax error. So nano player self x. I'm really bad at putting colons. All right, looks right now. Tab error, inconsistent use of tabs and spaces and indentation. From player import. Wait, so traceback, most recent call last from player import. Player.py line 12. Tab error, inconsistent using the tabs and space and indentation. Circle shape is not defined. Circle shape is not defined. Referring to a programming context where a variable or object representing a circle has been initialized or declared, causing an error. In your main function, instantiate a player object. This is not supposed to be in here. In your main function, instantiate a player object. So you can pass these through the construction, spawn it in the middle of the screen. So after the screen has been displayed, but before the loop. Like that. I guess I could write this like just with this in here. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay. Gets rid of these 2 lines. This one is, I don't know if this is in the right spot. Okay, so then lastly, we need to re-render the player on the screen each time with player.drawScreen. Tip, draw the player after filling the screen with black. But before flipping the screen. Right. Now will it run? Unexpected indent. Player pi. Line 2. What happened to the class? Did I cut it by mistake? So this is supposed to be class player, right? That inherits circle shape. Right, that's how you write that? I think so. I don't know why this got deleted. Circle shape is not defined. What? I have to import circle shape. Then player. So we have to import circle shape from circle shape word everything. I want Python main. I didn't think it was that far away. There we go. Player radius is not defined. Line 5 in player. So I have to do like self.x is equal to x, self.y is equal to y, self dot. Ooh, is the player radius supposed to be in here, or do I just do self.player radius? I think it's supposed to be in here, radius. says not defined from circle shape. Because we're doing the parent. Call the parent's class constructor, also passing in player radius. Create a field called rotation initialized to 0. Let's see if this works. Player radius is not defined. Should be in circle, no? Is it self.radius? Player radius. Not defined. I know what it means, but let me look at the steps here. Player radius equals 20. But it should be pulling in constants.py. Oh, I need to pull in constants.py. Yeah, I typoed. Player pi line 1. Let me just write these down. Like, let me print screen to paint. Then I can just look at these errors and just go in and fix them. Looking. Okay. So I have the errors copied down. I guess I could have just put in an empty notepad, but Pygame's not defined, so we need to go back into player. Not Pygames, it's Pygame. Online. $21. Let's see it. Okay. I ate all my lollipops. We're halfway there. Living on a prayer. What the fuck is that? Something made noise. Alright. It's a black screen with a white triangle in the middle. Progress.
Moving around. We want the spaceship to be able to move, but what does that mean specifically? Let's break it down. If we press the move left key, the ship should rotate to the left. If we press the move right key, the ship should rotate to the right. If we press the move forward key, the ship should move forward. If we press the move backward key, the ship should move backward. Left and right seem pretty similar. Let's try to write a small function to tackle those first. Assignment. Create a new constant in constants.py to represent the player's turn speed. I named mine player turn speed and gave it a value of 300. Add a new method to the player class called rotate. It's going to take one argument, dt. I told you we'd use it. When it's called, it should add player turn speed dt to the player's current rotation. Paste in the following update method to the player class. Def update self dt. Keys equals pygame.key get pressed. If keys pygame.ka da. If keys pygame.kd. Note, if you're using a non-QWERTY keyboard, you may want to change the key bindings in the code to something other than the W, A, S, and D keys. Update the missing lines to call the rotate method with the dt argument. To go left instead of right when A is pressed, you'll need to reverse dt. How can you do that? Hook the update method into the game loop by calling it on the player object each frame before rendering. Run the game and make sure the A and D keys rotate the player left and right respectively.
Alright, one step at a time. Create a new constant in constants.py. Represent the player's turn speed. Player turn speed equal to 300. Add a new method to the player class called rotate. It's gonna take one argument, dt. Okay. When it's called, it should add player turn speed times dt to the player's current rotation. So when it's called, it should add player's turn speed times duration to player's current rotation. So self.rotation gets added to player turn speed times dt. When it's called, it should add the player turn speed times dt to the player's current rotation, self.rotation. Right. Okay, cool. Paste the following update method to the player class. This is weird. It didn't like paste properly in here before. Yeah, see, these are spaces. Formatting's nightmare. We just copy paste it like one line at a time. So paste the following update method into the player class. Done, done, done. If you're using a non-QWERTY keyboard, you might want to change the key bindings to code something other than WASD. Update the missing lines to call the rotate method with a DT argument. To go to the left, to go left instead of right when A is pressed, you need to reverse DT. How can you do that? Oh, so this is saying if key is pressed A versus D. So A is left. We want it to rotate negatively, right? To go left. To go left instead of right when A is pressed. You need to reverse DT. How can you do that? So just negative DT. Because DT is DT is a coefficient, right? So is it just self.rotate? Negative DT. And then this one's positive DT. Hook the update method into the game loop by calling it on the player object each frame before rendering. Hook the update method into the game loop by calling it on the player object each frame before rendering. Before rendering. Hook the update method into the game loop before rendering. So before the screen fill. So then this is just hook the update method, so just player.update. Into the game loop by calling it on the player object each frame before rendering. Player update DT, right? So we have we updated the player. So it's already imported. Syntax error. Line 23. Holy fuck? If you press both of them, it stops. How would you write it so that it would override the other one? Dude, I could look at this for hours. Alright, very good.
Moving. Now instead of rotating, we need the ship to move back and forth with the W and S keys. Assignment. Create a new constant in constants.py to represent the player speed. I named mine player speed and gave it a value of 200. Add a new method to the player class called .move. It takes one argument, dt. We want to modify the player's position, but first, we need to do a little bit of math. We start with a unit vector pointing straight up from 0, 0 to 0, 1. We rotate that vector by the player's rotation, so it's pointing in the direction the player is facing. We multiply by player speed dt. A larger vector means faster movement. Add the vector to our position to move the player. Vector math. This is a course on programming, not vector math, so we've done the math for you. All those words boil down to these two lines of code. Forward equals pygame.vector2, 0, 1. Rotate self.rotation. Self.position per forward player speed dt. Modify the update method in the player class to call the move method when the W or S keys are pressed. Run the game. You should now be able to fly around the screen with the W, S, and D keys.
Create a new constant. Player speed. $200. Good. Put that head on. Hey. I'm Ed. The one with the black beanie. Okay, I was gonna type in big black beanie, but I don't think I want to do that on stream. How come everything we search on Google turns into, it's like you're 2 clicks away from black cock? All right. Yeah, it's more like this SpongeBob. I don't think I ever saw this episode of SpongeBob. There's so many episodes. Okay, add a new method to player class called move. Takes one argument, DT. We want to modify the player's position, but first we need to do a little bit of math. We start with a unit vector pointing straight up from 0, 0 to 0, 1. We rotate the vector by the player's rotation, so it's pointing in the direction the player is facing. We multiply player speed times dt. A larger vector means faster movement. Add the vector to our position to move the player. This is of course on program, not vector math, so we've done the math for you. All boils down to these 2 lines of code. So you move forward. Pygame vector 2, 0 and 1. dot rotate self rotation inputted. Self position, add to self position. Forward times player speed times DT. So I just copy pasting that in here. Modify the update method in the player class to move. Okay. Using the WS. It's not what I wanted to copy paste. This one is W, this one is S. Update the method in player class to move method when W and S are pressed. So W, we want positive movement. So self.move positive DT, and then the other one's negative. Or it could be a deceleration. Alright, let's see. Oh shit. Oh shit. We need to add like a trail thing too, so we can draw on it. So I can draw like penises. Art is drunk. Wait, you can move backwards in Asteroids? It's been so long, I don't remember. You should have made your ship in Asteroids like a UFO ship, like a circle. Like a couple rings or something. Because then you could see your entire hitbox. But I guess it doesn't really matter. Only to people who are like fucking really good at the game. Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. Do you want to know? Go down to Tokyo. Fast and Furious. Alright. I was thinking about reposting. Let's see if I can find this TikTok. Yeah, if TikTok logs me into my profile. Oh, shh. How do I view my liked videos? Yeah. This little guy right here. This needs to be Fast and Furious, like, added to it. Again, dude, he fucking drifting. Oh! That was sick. I wonder if he's a dachshund. I used to have a miniature dachshund. He had back problems. He had back problems and he went blind. So for his blindness, I bought a harness and this like plastic filament that was probably I don't know, 3 millimeters thick. And I riveted into the side of the harness. So it made like a loop around his head. So he would bump, if he bumped into stuff, he would bump into it with that first before the hitting his head or whatever. I feel bad for the little guy. But then his back started to go and stuff, and it was just like, ugh, sorry, dude. Okay, we're done. Let's see, it's like a blind dog halo. Yeah, I made it like this from scratch, essentially. I didn't know they sold things like this. Aw, poor guy. This is Sarah McLaughlin telling you to donate your money. Technically, I'm what do you call it? I'm a bastard child. My father, my biological father's last name is McLaughlin. And what's really funny is my wife's name is Sarah, so she was almost very close to being Sarah McLaughlin. That would have sucked for her. Alright, groups.
Groups. Currently, we manually call .update and .draw on the player object,
Long one.
which means our game loop is going to get more and more cluttered as we add additional objects to the game. Fortunately, Pygame has a solution. The group class is a container that holds and manages multiple game objects. We can organize our objects into various groups to track them more easily. You can think of them as a sort of Venn diagram. An object can be in multiple groups at the same time. Eventually, our game's groups will look something like this. Creating and using groups. You can create a new empty group like this. My group equals pygame.sprite.group. To add all instances of a player to two groups, Group A and Group B in this example, we add a class variable, or static field, called containers to the class just like so. With literally this one line, you don't need to bother with adding this field to the class declaration. Player.containers equals Group A, Group.
Okay, so my group equals pygame.sprite.group to add all instances of player to two groups. Group A and Group B in this example, we add a class variable or static field called containers to the class. Just like so. With literally this one line, you don't need to bother with adding this field to the class declaration. Okay?
B. Note, after changing a static
Players containers is Group A and Group B.
field like containers, make sure to create all player objects after the change. This way, they will be correctly added to the groups. You can iterate over objects in a group just like any other collection in Python. For thing in group, thing.doSomething some value. You may also call the .update method for every member of a group by calling it on the group itself, group.updateDT. Assignment. Before the game loop starts, create two groups in main.py. Updatable, all the objects that can be updated. Drawable, all the objects that can be drawn. Set both groups as containers for the player. Change the game loop to use the new groups instead of the player object directly. Call the .update method on the updatables group. Loop over all drawables and .draw them individually. Run the game. It should look and behave the same as before. But now we're using groups to manage our objects.
Okay. Create two groups in main.py. Updatable. Drawable. All the objects that can be updated, all the objects that can be drawn. So it's gonna be like updatable, drawable. Can't say draw. I say draw. Drawable. And instead of drawer, I say draw. I think it's from where I'm from. Not a string. Staking use class variable. For the loop. Okay. I mean, it's updatable equals something and drawable equals update. Set both groups as containers for the player. Is it just updatable equals player in parentheses? Player? Separate both group containers as player. Change the game loop to use new groups instead of player objects directly. Call the .update method on the updatables group. Loop over drawables and draw them individually. Change the game loop to use the new groups instead of the player object directly. So is it like for update in updatable? Maybe I shouldn't call it update because I think it's update.update. For data in updatable data.update et instead of this. And then we have to do it for the draw. Loop over all drawables. So for draw. Oh, I should name it draw. It's gonna be dot draw. For image. No. Guess I just call it. I just call it a variable like X or Y. Or object. Thing. Let's call it X. For X in drawable. X dot draw screen. Player. Run it. Line 27. Player object is not iterable. How do I get it to show lines and nano? Alt Shift 3. There we go. That, Jesus Christ. Show lines and numbers. You can press Alt C, toggle them on and off. Modify your nano to enable syntax highlighting. So where's my nano? Hold on a second. I want to try to fix this nano thing. Welcome to your user's nano configuration file. Thought I had this though. Nano.rc. That looks right. Okay, back to the task. I don't know if that's going to help or not. So we have to run. Alright, so this object is not iterable. Line 27. Okay, so I'm not supposed to. Yeah, I get it. Because this directory doesn't exist. What was it? Control C 3? Alt C? Nope. For data and updatable. So there's something's wrong with the player object is not iterable. So something is wrong here. Create two groups and imply updatable. All the objects that can be updated. Drawable. All the objects that can be drawn. Object is not iterable. One way to fix is pass a range function. No, we don't need that. Iterable? Perhaps you meant to put cow bracket n inside a list? Oh shit, is updatable. I think I have to ask Boots. So you can work on implementing groups in your Asteroids game. You got a good start, but there's a few things that need fixing. Let's look at how you're creating the groups. There's a problem with it. This isn't creating Pygame groups, it's creating tuples. The single element. Ooh. We have Pygame groups, brackets. They're not parentheses? I might need them to clarify. Creating tuples into single element. To create proper groups, you need to use pygame.sprite.group constructor. And then add the player to these groups. Also, I noticed you aren't setting containers class variables for player classes, which how Pygame automatically adds new objects to groups. Here's how you might fix this part. This is supposed to be pygame.sprite.group. All right. Set player containers. So player containers is equal to updatable and drawable. Now create the player after setting the containers. Ooh. And in your game loop, you need to update the group and try each sprite and drawable group. Then in your game loop, you'll need to update the group and draw each sprite in a new drawable group. Need to update the group and draw each sprite up in the drawable group. This is just updatable .data. I mean, it's not data. It's updatable update. I don't think it needs to be a for statement. That. So in the loop, that's our close. Updatable.update dt. We gotta update the drawable too. For action jar, while on the screen. Display flip. Clock 60 over 1000. I game quit. See. Ooh, I typoed. Cannot access local variable player where it is not associated with a value. Capital player? Oh, it is capital player. Shit. It's almost like ice skating. Make a little hockey player. Okay, so that works. So let me just submit the code to the bear so he can check to make sure everything is right. Wait, what happened? Why didn't this copy? The fuck? No. It's weird. Why does it keep printing out like this? Oh. Here we go. Your implementation looks almost perfect. You correctly created updatable and drawable groups, set the player containers class variables, created the player after setting containers, updated your game loop to call updatable.update dt, loop through drawable to draw each entity. The code structure is correct. The only thing I noticed is a tiny mistake at the beginning of pygame.init. Should be pygame.init parentheses. You're missing the parentheses to actually call the function. Without the parentheses, you're just referencing a function without executing it. Okay. Also, your line with pygame.display.setMode seems to be cut off on your message. Make sure the line is complete in your actual code. Yeah. Other than the minor issues. Okay, cool.
Asteroids. It's arguable that a critical part of asteroids is the, well, asteroids. Let's create another class to represent an asteroid. Assignment. Create a new class called Asteroid in a new file called asteroid.py. The class should inherit from circle shape. Add a constructor with this signature, def-gore init self xy radius. Override the draw method to draw the asteroid as a pygame.draw.circle. Use its position, radius, and a width of 2. Override the update method so that it moves in a straight line at constant speed. On each frame, it should add self.velocity_dt to its position, get self.velocity from its parent class.
I'll be right back. I had to take a leak. Oh. Alright. I'm back. New class and new file called Asteroid.py. Inherit from circle shape. Okay. Override the draw method. Draw the asteroid as a pie game draw circle. Surface color, center, radius. Override the draw method to draw the asteroid as a pie game circle. Use its position, radius, and width of 2. Override draw method to draw the asteroid as pie game draw circle. Use its position and radius, the width of 2. Define draw self and screen. So, pie game dot draw dot circle. Which was surface, so just like screen. Color was coloring the asteroid white. Center and radius. So center is like a X and Y, right? self like self x self dot y. And then self dot radius. Okay, so that will draw a circle. iGame draws dot circle. Screen white. The center is at the X and Y position, and the radius is self radius. Okay. Oh, radius. Use positions. Use its position, radius, and a width of 2. Override the update. What? Method so that it moves in a straight line, constant speed. On each frame, it should add self velocity times d to its position. Self velocities from its parent class circle shape. Circle shape. Define update as self in dt. It moves in a straight line at a constant speed. On each frame, it should help self velocity times dt to its position. Get self velocity from its parent class circle shape. Should add self dot velocity times dt to its position. Self dot position. Get self velocity from its parent class circle shape. Yeah. In the initialization initialization code in main before the game loop starts. Get a new pi.game.spark group which contains all of the asteroids. pi.game.group. Sprites. Pygame.sprite.group. The initial initialization code and name for the game starts. Create a pygame.spy group which will contain all of the asteroids.
So it's into the void, now me girls and me boys, from mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done, then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Our sailing ships for the hard and the quick, we roll our load and go. There's a living to be made, or there's hell to pay when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. There's a man on high with the devil in his eye and a golden hand, I'm told. It can hurt you, it can hold you, he can kick you or console you when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below.
Group container class holding manipulate any sprite object. Pygame sprite.group.sprites.
Oh, sisters, you so wise and true, when it's my time to go, won't you lay me down under granum crowns, and I'll be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold. Sisters below. today we sail on the solar rail. For there's much we just don't know. So farewell with a kiss, then it's fast for the mist, till we're all sleeping in the cold below.
Just setting the asteroids variable, right? Like this. Okay. That's it. Like we did with the player class, set the static containers field of the asteroid class to new asteroids group, as well as updatable and drawable groups. Drawable. We've written an asteroid field class for you. It contains the logic of spawning new asteroids. Create a new field called asteroidfield.py. New file. Contains logic for spawning new asteroids. Create a new file called asteroidfield.py. And import main file. Paste in this code. Okay. Pygame sprite.sprite edges pygame vector 1 2 -1 minus asteroid max radius. Oh my god, lambda. Lambda comes back. What's lambda? Anonymous functions. In the main py file, set the static containers field of the asteroid field class only the updatable group. It's not drawable and it's not an asteroid itself. Set the static containers field of asteroids field. Only the updatable group. So asteroid field dot container. To only the updatable group. Okay. Create a new asteroid field object in the initialization code. Create a new asteroid field object in the initialization. In the initial code in main, before the group starts, create a pygame.sprite group to contain all of the asteroids. Create a new asteroid field object in the initialization code. So asteroid field is equal to asteroid field like that. Run the game, make sure asteroids are spawning and moving across the screen, and you didn't break your ship in the process. Oh, it's lowercase. In main line 21. Asteroids is not defined. Oh, do I have to bring in asteroid field? Syntax. Line 9. Wait, what was the issue with the syntax? I just copy pasted this. Oh, because this comes in as like spaces. What's the issue with this? Syntax error, colon. Line 9 on Asteroid Pi. Line 4, asteroid field. Line 4. Main 22 asteroid is not defined. Class is capitalized. Line 22 and main asteroid continuous. Name asteroid is not defined. Do you mean asteroids? Oh, with an S. Shit. Do I mean asteroids? No, capital asteroid. Right, because asteroids is in it. And this is capital. Asteroid is not defined. It wasn't defined before in asteroid field. Yes. Oh no, it's happening. I want to keep looking at the same word over and over again. Do I have to import from... Asteroid Pi too? How's it not defined? I define it in Asteroid Pi. A class. Unless the defining it didn't work. New class asteroid that inherits from circle shape. Add a constructor with this signature. Init self x, y, radius. Is there's an init though in circle shape. Self x, y, radius. Pygame vector. I will want this, right? X, y, radius. So I want to use this as like a parent. I want my init to be the same as this init. How do I write that? Look at my notes. Forget now, parent. I could look in the Bears notes. Parent directory. Not parent directory. Parent child. Well, it's like super something. Not pseudo. No, it's like if you want to copy the parent, it's like super parentheses is a built-in function that returns proxy object, temporary object of superclass. Right, the parent class. So how do I write it? Super parentheses dot display. Super dot init, and then what I want from the initial one, which was like XY radius. Actually, I think this is it. Right, because we're importing circle shape. But we want the parent of init of X, Y radius. Because otherwise, our init doesn't do anything. Asteroid is not defined. Does it have to be like does this have to be from like oh, asteroids though. Shit. Override the draw method with draw asteroids as pygame draw circle. I guess we just go through it again from the start, from the top, make it drop. All right. New class called Asteroid in Asteroid PY. Class should inherit from circle shape. Add the constructor. So class Asteroid circle shape. Define init. Self X, Y radius. Then we need to make circle shape the parent. So super parentheses dot init xy radius self dot x equals x self dot y equals y self dot radius equals radius. Okay, That looks right. Override the draw method to draw asteroids pygame.draw.circle. Right, and that was screen white. Maybe this is wrong. Self.x. Mr. Bear. Let's see what he says. The draw method, it looks incomplete. You're using pygame.draw, but the line ends abruptly at self.x. Oh, this copy is because it's wrapping or whatever. It only copies like the window, I see. I'm curious why you're referencing self-x and self-y directly when your parent classical shape presumably manages position data. Ah, does it? So it's taking XY radius and applying the vector pygame vector 2 to it to get the position. So it's self.position. Would it make sense to remove self x and y entirely and just rely on self.position? Position. From the parent class. Update method. The logic of self.position or self.velocity times dt added to self.position is solid for the moment, but we need to ensure that self.position and self.velocity attributes are included properly in the circle shape class. Have you verified that circle shape initializes these attributes? We just saw a position. Self-dot velocity. I don't know if we saw velocity. I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, self-dot velocity. Excuse me. If your position and velocity are already managed by the circle shape, can we simplify the constructor to avoid duplicating substance and self-dot-radius? Removing those attributes to allow the class to be function as intended. Wait, what the fuck was that? It was Control 6 to mark. Alt T. How do I... Oh, shit. That wasn't saved, was it? Oh, yeah, it was. It was Control 6. Alt Shift T. Okay. Alright, well, whatever. Just do it this way. Transitioned to using self position for drawing the asteroid, which aligns with what seems to be... Jesus. the functionality of circle shape class. This will make your code cleaner and more consistent. Let's dive into your current state init method. You're still setting self x, self y, self radius, even though it looks like the super y. Okay, so we have this. We don't need this because we're getting it from the parent. Okay. Positioning in draw. Using self.position in Pygame draw circle is a great move. However, self.position is likely a Pygame.vector2 or similarly structured object. Pygame draw circle expects a tuple for the position. Are you confident with that self position is in the correct format? I don't think so. How might we convert it? It's just a single value, right? Self-dot, well, no, self-dot position of the X and the self-dot position of the Y. The line self-position, add to self-position, self-velocity times u works perfectly, assuming self-velocity is a Pygame vector 2 or a vector type. Can you confirm that self-velocity is initialized in the... If not, we should set its value. Here's a hypothetical question. If you remove this... Okay, so... Position and draw. Are you confident in self-position with it? How might we convert it? Self-position... It's two values. It's X and Y. Oh, okay. So it is in the X and Y, or the tuple of self-position. Let's tighten it further. If self-position and self-radius live in the circle-shaped parent class, do you think you could remove self-xy, self-x radius from your image without relying on super... Yes, remove. Now for the final touch, are you confident that self.velocity is property is initialized in the parent circle shape? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yes, self.velocity is initialized in circle shape. Okay, so that looks right now. Better now. So circle shape, add constructor with this signature. Class Asteroid. This class should inherit from circle shape. Add a constructor with this signature. Then we're inheriting from the circle shape. Overwrite the draw method and add Pygame draw circle. Okay, so we figured that out. Override the update method so that it moves in a straight line at a constant speed on each frame. Yeah, figured that out. In the initialization code, in main, before the loop starts, create a new Pygame group which will contain all of the asteroids. Oh, I should submit this to see if this is right too. Scroll up. I have to figure out a way to copy pasta this better, but I didn't mean to do that. Stop. Stop. Stop, 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 stop. There. Alright, so I'll get my there are asteroids. Okay, so it was an issue with the whatchamacallit. The asteroid.py. I can just drive through. S my D balls. Like bubbles. They kind of look like bubbles. Let's try not to get hit. Yeah, it works pretty good. Now reverse. Oh, it died there. Yes. There is player, ship, and asteroids on screen. Asking for polish, but we're not going to do that right now. On the game, make sure asteroids are spawning and moving across the screen, that you didn't break the ship in the process. Good. Now we got to do collisions. The dragon example. Let me get that.
collisions. You may have noticed that you can fly through asteroids without any consequences. We need collision detection. Now, this is a fairly deep topic, but we're going to keep things simple. We'll treat everything, including our triangular ship, as a circle when it comes to collisions. Detecting a collision between two circles is simple. We calculate the distance between the center of the two circles, let's call it distance den. Let's call the radius of one circle r1 and the radius of the other circle r2. If distance is less than or equal to r1 plus r2, the circles are colliding. If not, they aren't. Demonstration of two circles colliding. Assignment. Everything that collides inherits from circle shape, so that seems like a good place to put collision logic. Add another method to that class to check for collisions. It should take one argument, another circle shape object, and return true or false. Each circle shape's position property is a pygame.vector2. Use its distance to method to calculate the distance between the two shapes. After the update step in your game loop, iterate over all of the objects in your asteroids group. Check if any of them collide with the player. If a collision is detected, the program should print game over and immediately exit the program. It's okay for asteroids to simply pass through each other. Start the game and run your ship into an asteroid. It should print game over to your console and exit.
All right. So we need to add another method to the class to check for collisions. Everything collides inherent in circle shape, so it seems like a good place to put the collision logic. It should take one argument, another circle shape object, and return true or false. Each circle shape position property has pygame.vector2. Used its distance to method to calculate the distance between two shapes. After the update step in your game loop, iterate over all objects in your asteroids group. Check if any of them collide with the player. If a collision is true, the program should print game over and immediately exit the program. It's okay for asteroids to simply pass through each other. That'd be crazy if they destroyed. They like smushed each other or some shit. All right. Collisions. Self and self and I don't want to say asteroid. Self and I don't know. A. Object. Other. Self and object. Each circle shape's position is a Pygame vector 2. Pygame.math.vector2. Okay. Use its distance to method to calculate the distance between the two shapes. Calculates Euclidean distance between given vector. Distance to vector 2. So it's gonna be our distance. So self dot distance to object dot distance. Each circle shape's position property. Self dot position. Pygame.math.vector distance 2. Distance to vector 2. Returns difference between A and B. Vector 2 dot distance. AB. Vector 2 distance AB. mean, the vectors are positions, right? So it's our position, self position versus object position. And then distance 2 is the method, right? And distance 2 calculates the Euclidean distance between the given. So it's calculating this green line, right? So we are not colliding if R1 and R2 is less than this value. We are colliding if this value is less than R1 plus R2. Radius 1 plus radius 2, which is self dot radius and object dot radius. So this line is saying that if our green line is less than our red and blue line, we're colliding, which is true. Add another method to class. It should take one argument and turn true or false. So if return true, right? If it's colliding, it's true. Okay, what's the next step? So we got a true or false. Each circle shapes position properly. Pygame Victor uses distance to, yeah. After the update step in your game loop, iterate over all objects in your asteroids group. Now, After the update step in your game loop, iterate over all objects in your Asteroids group. So... iterate over all objects in your asteroid group. So for objects in asteroids, if what did I call it? Player hits object without game over. And immediately exit the program. System exit argument. $36. Indentation error. 7. Circle shape, define collision. Stand if. If. Inconsistent use of tabs and spaces and indentation. Oh. I see what's going on. This was written with... I copy pasted this with spaces. One, two, three, four. I don't like spaces. If player hits objects. What did I write in? Circle shape. Oh, it's in circle shape. Oh, it's not hits. What did we call it? Collisions. Thought I called it hits. A player collisions object printing. Holy shit! I don't know if the sys exit thing's right. I didn't want to run this again. We ain't never gonna die. Look at this. Look at this collision detection. Oh shit. Fuck. See? Terrible hitbox. The hitbox is fucked up. Oh, I wanted the bear to look at it. So how do I copy pasta the whole thing? Copy pasta all of Nano. Copy all of Nano. I like the entire text using Control-Shift-6 and move the cursor to the file end. So cut it and paste it. Didn't work. Control 6. Alt Shift T. Oh. Control K. Control 6. Mark in. Alt 6. Oh, I want to do it from like Nano to those. Control Shift C. I don't know. It's not working. I'll just do this.
See, working on collision detection to your Asteroid game. Let's look at the implementation. If I had a collision check after the update step. This looks like the right approach, but there might be an issue with the method name. Looking at your code, you're calling player.collision object. The assignment asks you to add a method to circle shape class that checks for collisions.
Does the player class inherit from circle shape? 1, yes. 2, is the collision method called collisions, or should it be something else? It's called collisions. Also, I noticed you're importing sys for sysexit, but I don't see an import statement in your code snippet. Did you remember to add import sys at the top of your file? Nope. Since your player class inherits from circle shape and you've implemented that method called collisions, we're right on track. However, I'm not seeing the implementation of collisions method in your code you shared. Let's make sure it follows the requirements. It should take another circle shaped object as an argument. It should use distance to method pygame vector2 to calculate the distance between shapes. It should return true, shapes are colliding false otherwise. Could you show me your implementation of collisions method is so it was in circle shape, right? This same issue, just because it's like too zoomed in. The method is checking, but there's a small issue. Let's look what you've implemented. The method is checking if the distance between the object is less than the sum of the radii, which is correct for detecting a collision. However, you're missing a return statement for the case when there is no collision. When there is no collision, your method doesn't explicitly return anything, which means it implicitly returns none. Oh, shit. Which is treated as false in Boolean context. While this might work in practice, it's better to be explicit. Could you modify your method to return false when there is no collision? Good fucking point. Else false.
Could you modify your method return false when there's no collision to make your code more readable and explicit about its behavior? Also, don't forget to import sys to your main file if you haven't already done so.
Oh, else return false. Duh. There are two problems. If your condition is complete, it's missing a comparison value after the greater than symbol. In else case, you have false but no return keyword. Let's correct it. The collision detection should check if the distance is less than or equal to the sum of the radii. Should be less than. Oh, that's right. Because if it's equal, right? If the tips touch. Although you could make technically the hitbox smaller because on the ship, because its hitbox is a circle rather than a triangle. But this looks good. Or even more concisely, return self position object self radius. Which version are you trying to implement? Oh, just return it. Okay, so I think this is good. Oh yeah, it's WASD. I try to use the arrow keys. You never catch me. I'm just too slippery. Alright. Printed game over. Good. Game over. Shooting. What are you doing with a gun in space? Oh man, there was I watched the last episode of Invincible, and part of the fight took place in space, and one of the guys was bleeding, and he blew a blood bubble in space, and it froze.
Shooting. Let's take things further by giving the player the ability to shoot at the asteroids. Bullets are small circles, move at a constant speed in a straight line. Split up asteroids when they collide with them are spawned by player input, spacebar, and move in the direction the player is facing. Assignment. Create a new shot class to represent a bullet. It should also inherit from circle shape so that it can use our collision detection code. It should look very similar to our asteroid class in that it will be drawn and have its position updated. Use a new shot radius constant and set it to 5. Set up a new group in your initialization code that contains all of your shots. Add player shoot speed to your constants file with a value of 500. In your player class, add a new method called shoot. This method should create a new shot at the position of the player. Set the shot's velocity. Start with a pygame.vector2 of 0, 1. Rotate it in the direction the player is facing. Scale it up, multiply by player shoot speed to make it move faster. Inside your player class, handle the spacebar, pygame.kspace, and call the shoot method when it is pressed. Run your game, make sure bullets are being created and moving in the correct direction. It's expected that holding the spacebar will create a constant stream of bullets. We'll fix that soon. It's expected that bullets pass through asteroids without any consequences. We'll fix that soon.
Collision. Create a new shot class to represent the bullet. So just create like a shot Python file. Touch. Shot.py. class shot. Input is circle shape. Then we want circle shape was XY velocity. And then we want the parent super hot. X, Y. Alright, so create a new shot class, represent a bullet. You should also inherit from circle shape so that you can use it in our collision detection code. So from circle shape import everything. Should look very similar to the our Asteroids class, and that will be drawn and have its position updated. Use a new shot radius constant and set it to 5. Okay, so we'll put that in constants with the import constants. So it's not... This is going to be shot radius, not velocity. Shot. And then constants. Shot radius is set to 5. I'm just gonna put in all the constants now. Player, shot speed. Equal to 500. Good. Nano shot. Create a new shot class that represents a bullet. It should be inherited from circle's shape. So it can use our collision detection code. It should look very similar to our asteroid class that we would draw and have position updated. Use a new shot radius constant and set it to 5. I already... It's in our constants. I put it in our constants. Set up a new group in your initialization code that contains all of your shots. So do I have to like... It has to... Look at the asteroid. Shh. It has to draw an update too, right? So it's... So, screen, the shots are white. Self position X, self position Y. Radius. Self shot radius. Width. Assuming it's still 2. Alright, and then position is this. ET times velocity, self position. Initialize, draw it, update it. I think that's right. Is this shot radius or velocity? This I think might be velocity. Velocity. Pygame.draw.circle. I don't want to go to the website. Surface color, center radius, width. Surface color, center radius. Width. Set up a new group in your initialization code that contains all of your shots. Okay. That work? No. So shots. I want to just make sure I'm labeling everything right. Shit. All right. Contains all your shots. Add player speed to your constants file with the value of 500. Group it in new initialization code contains all of your shots. So if I make a pygame.sprite, which I typoed, .group, I need to have a what do you call it? A container to go with it, right? So shots.containers. And then our variables were it's going to be shots from above. And then the update of the position and the drawing of the position. Right, it should look similar to this asteroids.containers, shots. Shot.container. In your player class, add a new method called shoot. Where was player class in? I forget now. Oh, I have a player one. Shoot. Create a new shot at the position of the player. Set the shot's velocity. From circle shape and constants. Okay. Self, and that's it, right? Method should create a new shot at the position of the player. Set the shot's velocity. Start with a pygame.vector2 of 0, 1. Pygame.vector2 0, 1. Okay. Dot rotate it in the direction the player is facing. Dot rotate. Whatever self rotation. Rotate. Rotate rotation. Self dot rotation. Scale it up. Multiply by player shot speed to make it move faster. Oh, it's the same as this move thing right here. So forward equals pi game vector 201 rotate. Hey, I caught a typo. Self rotation. Yeah. They're just exactly the same. Yeah, I guess. Scale it up, multiply by player shot speed to move faster. So speed is equal to player shot speed times forward. Right. Inside your player class, handle the spacebar. Okay, underscore space. Self move. Self dot shoot. Oh, this has to be the word space typed out. Space. Inside your player class, handle the space bar and call the shoot method when pressed. On your game, make sure bullets are being created moving forward in the right direction. It's expected to be holding spacebar, create constant bullets. Okay. So syntax error 44. Player. Dot containers is not defined. Thought there's shots not defined. We didn't import it. Shot import everything. Legal target for annotation. Super init XY shot radius. Shot. Illegal target for annotation. Period. Colon. No colon. The initial init statement has a colon. Inconsistent use of tabs and space and indentations on shot.py. Line 9. Why are them line 12? Okay. Oh my god, I keep trying to use the arrows. I think I want to change it to arrows. I don't think I want to use WASD. Oh, that didn't work. I hit space and it crashed. Oh. Player shot speed not defined. Did you mean player shot speed? Line 46 in player PY. $46? Player shot speed. Player speed. Scale it up. Multiply by player shot speed to make it move faster. We have player shot speed. I don't know if I import. Yeah, I need the I do have the constants. Constants imported. Constants. Player shoot speed. Yeah. Nope. Fuck. Fuck. Why isn't it shooting? Player. Give keys Pygame. Okay, space. Self shoots. Is there a value that has to go in here? Shoot. Forward is equal to Pygame vector this times a coefficient, right? Times a rotate with the same rotation. So forward equals Pygame.vector 201.rotate. It's the same as the move, right? You're trying to keep the shot's trying to keep up with the ship. And then the speed shoot is equal to the player's shot speed times forward. Shot containers. Shots. Updatable, drawable. That's right. Shots is Pygame sprite group. Yeah. Well, updatable update DT. Import circle shape, constants. Ooh, maybe this is the problem. Where does it point? Does it point at, is this pointing at circle shape? Yeah, because circle shape's in. Flash circle shape. Last shot, circle shape, defined in itself, XY velocity. Is it because I called the shot speed and the like player speed multiplied together? I called it speed. I didn't call it velocity. Yeah, I think that's what the issue is. That's in player. Yeah, I called it speed. I think this is supposed to be velocity. Right? And then shot needs to import player. Oh. I wish you could spin while moving instead of like moving forward and turning. I'm having issues. The game isn't shooting. Bake salmon. Can you share your code you've written so far for implementing the shooting feature? Specifically, I'd like to see your shot class. Let me scroll out on this so that I can get easier copy pasta. Spy a small issue in your shot class. In your draw method, you're using self dot shot radius. But you define the radius as an instance variable in your initialization, not as a class variable. So this isn't radius. Radius should be accessed by dot radius. Instead of shot radius. Try changing the line. Yeah. Also, could you share how you're handling the spacebar input in your player's class shoot method? That would help me identify if the other issues preventing shooting up from working. Player class. The shoot method is missing a crucial step. It's calculating the velocity correctly, but it's not actually creating a shot object or adding it to your shot script. Oh. Here's what's missing in your shoot method. You calculate the velocity, but you don't create a new shot object. And you don't add the new shot to your shots group. Let's modify your shoot method to create and add a shot. However, I notice a problem with your shoot method doesn't have access to the shots group. You need to pass the shots group to the player class through initialization. What's the file called? Shot Python. Stores an instant variable. Use it in the shoot method. Here's how you might adjust your code. This is for in the player. Oh no, you have to store it as an instance. Oh, okay. Self.shots group equals shots group. I see where I missed it. I missed here. The rest of it's fine. This is a typo. Should be radius. Oh. Radius. Radius. Alright, and then define shoot. Forward pygame. Yeah, these are right. Velocity's right. Create a new shot at the player's position. Okay, so new shot is equal to the shot function self position x self position dot y and the velocity of the velocity. Create the new shot in the player's position. Add it to the shots group. Okay, so self dot shots group dot add new shot. And then in your main game file, you need to pass the shots group when creating the player. Shots group. Oh, I mean, they changed the name from shots to shots group. That's probably better though. Equals pygame.sprite.group. Player equals player with screen height to shots group. Also in your games main loop, make sure you're updating the drawing the shots group. The updatable dot update. Found an issue. Your main Python. You have a small but critical error. Shots containers equal shots updatable drawable. But there's no variable called shots defined in your code. You should use a shots group instead. But yeah, you changed it. Or we changed it. Also, make sure your shot class is properly set up to use containers. Since you're using the containers approach, which is a good practice, your shot class should initialize the containers like this. Make sure your shot class is properly set up to use containers. Since you're using the containers approach, which is a good practice, your shot class should initialize the containers like this. For containers and self class containers, container.add self. And in your player class, the shot method should create a shot without needing to manually add it to group. Containers is for container in self dot class dot containers. Contain dot add self. And in your player class method, the shoot method should create a shot without needing to manually add it to group. So forward is right, velocity is right. This. Oh yeah, cut it off. Come on. Let's fix it by updating your player's class initialization shoot method. Self player radius equals player radius. Self rotation equals shelf shot groups equals shot group. Shot group. Alternatively, since you're using containers, you can simplify the shoot method and let shot class handle adding itself to the appropriate containers. Shit, I should have copied the whole thing. Because now it's confused and it doesn't know what I'm doing. I found your issue. The player class initialization, you're trying to access a variable shots group that doesn't exist in that scope. You need to pass shots group as a parameter to your init method. Let's fix this.
Super init xy player radius self x self y y self dot player radius rotation 0 shots group. Now we're storing the parameter. Yeah.
They're the same. Wait, how are they these two different? Oh, I need to put shots group in. Gotcha. Then in your main py file, when you create a player, make sure you're passing the shots group. So player is equal to... Oop. Yeah. Screen height divided by 2, shots group. That way the player can have access to shots group and can add new shots to it when it shoots methods. Let me know if it resolves your issues. Holy shit. Is it shooting at like 1 frame a second? Is that what it is? Oh, I died. Ooh. It shoots now at 1 shot per frame, essentially. Now you have shoot working, but you've noticed holding down the spacebar creates a continuous stream of shots, 1 per frame, which isn't very realistic. To fix this, let's add a cooldown. Okay, I'll probably add a cooldown in the next step or something like that. I'm not gonna cheat it here. Oh man, we're halfway done. Are we halfway done? We're 75% done. Okay, I think I'm gonna leave off here, guys. This is fun. It's a good struggle. It's a lot of work. Time flew by. I didn't even realize I've been on for like 4+ hours. But have a good night. Stay safe out there. Don't do too much dumb shit over the weekend. If you do dumb shit, do one dumb shit thing at a time. And I'm gonna play around with this little thing for a while. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Maybe I want it like this, huh? Maybe I want it like this. Alright, have a good night. See ya. This reminds me of some game, I forget. Oh, Returnal. The like particle rate on Returnal. That's what it is. Bye.